Hello, beautiful people. How are you all doing today? Kill it with fire, Muyu. Moyu. I don't think so.
Water comes in many flavors.
You're just a hater, actually. All you are is a hater.
While water from Liyue
You will be
has an
reduced
enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma,
to only being a hater.
Flavor unlike
Individual? No. Hater.
has a rich and complex flavor profile.
What up, chat? Hello.
Appreciate it.
Or is Meow? Who needs Meow when we have Moyu? Like, be for real. See, even the NPC said exactly. He knows. All right, chat. Before we get into anything, let's watch some Ziox clips while I finish eating the rest of my toast.
I'm gonna say something. I usually contain myself because I'm a nice person, but I'm gonna say something. These fucking mouth-breathing, saliva-dripping motherfuckers keep, every time I show my shadow build, rank like 30, by the way. Everyone's like, oh, no ER, no ER. Wait, should I make a new coffee chat? I have like 1/3 of one left. Let me go make another one. Okay, go!
Well, that's fair, to be honest. They don't know that he's a whale. And that when you're a whale on Chao, you can get like 6 E's per rotation, and you don't need any ER. They just don't know.
Wait, should I make a new coffee chat? I have like 1/3 of one left. Let me go make another one. Okay, go! Hi, Ziox. I came from YouTube expecting the same quality content as always. Okay, I'm back. Wait, I forgot my fucking coffee. The stairs are back soon, I promise. But today the cock is back. Yo! What the fuck's up? Oh my god, why do I hear it twice? Why do I hear it twice? Let me start streaming, then we'll talk. VOD friends, skip 2 hours.
I missed the 1-year mark anyway. Happy New Year, Mr. Socks.
Fuck you! Oh, we're still here. We'll be home soon, I promise. Are you
fuck?
doing well? I'm doing well.
That was so rude.
We're still here. We'll be home soon, I promise.
That was actually so rude.
Well?
What the fuck?
Well. Busted E, thanks for 9 months. Same shirt. Lol W. Your mic's lagging? No, it's not. Are you in the psychiatric ward? What does that mean? Scott set up. Is my mic okay? Same one gotcha game. Stop people talk, start cream pound. Okay.
Are you pulling for any Yoimiya constellations?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna see Sixer. Yeah, of course. Also, for everyone asking about Diluc, because I've been getting an influx of DMs, listen, I literally recorded most of it. We don't talk about leaks on this channel, but we might as well wait to see, because I don't want to make a guide after 2 years and then it's instantly outdated. Unrelated to everything else I've said before, I fucking hate the build known as Dragon Strike, just in case you're wondering. I think it's so fucking cringe and unfun, it makes me want to commit Minecraft in real life. You're doing all that to deal less damage than a fucking Hu Tao. You're literally doing all of that to be mid. At that point, play and have fun. It's like, if you're playing Diluc, you're doing it to have fun. Why would you torture yourself? Skill issue. Liner? Liner's a word. I'm pretty sure. Oh my god! Electro, GG, I got it. It's riding for her banner. It's riding for her banner. Look at my prowess. Look at my skill. Look at my talent. Watch this. Oh, fuck. We guessed the same shit 3 times.
Wait.
Look at my skill.
Oh, they didn't show it. Sorry.
Unless I try making the stars appear anyway. What? Who the fuck makes stars? It's an Inazuman.
Who is that, actually? It's Linny?
Character because it's still raining in Inazuma because I didn't do the quest.
There's no way we'll be able to see.
Whoa! Wait, I was so confident. What the fuck? I just want to see what it more of it. Oh my god, it's fucking Hu Tao. Bro, it's a flipped, reversed, black and white fucking Hu Tao. It's a good day to set sail. What the fuck? It's a good day to set sail.
It's a good day
Ain't
to
it?
set sail, isn't it?
What? I don't even care about this character. I actually have no fucking clue. Have I ever used them in my life?
Wait, that's a Star Rail? Who the fuck says this in Star Rail? Yukong? Yeah, I think Yukong is the one I would have ended up guessing.
Life? It sounds like she's like 50. Dude, it sounds like Cocolia.
It's gotta be someone from the Lofu because they have a bunch of boats, you know?
Ron, wait, what the fuck does Ron May sound like? Wait, I don't actually remember. Doesn't she moan a lot when she talks? Ron May's like, hey guys. What if it's Yukong? Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. Oh, I'm a genius. Genshin time. The moment you've been waiting for. Maybe I just bench every character that starts with Y. Yoimiya, Yukong. Someone wrote Yuan, comma, Jing. That's not how you spell his name. Bro does not look well. What the fuck does that mean? You wouldn't say that to my face. It's the letter C then. I am the only player in the world right now that's playing Chevreuse with Sino. Dude, I played it a little. It's actually fun. Okay, it's not really fun. You don't look like a hydro.
Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense.
Build in case.
All right, we are done with the toast. You know what that means, chat? You know what that means, right? It means prosperity books. That's what it means. Wait, it's not prosperity today. It means artifacts! Woohoo! Chat. I'm gonna show you guys something from Honkai Star Rail, but with a disclaimer that you guys will be able to understand. Okay? Even if you don't play Star Rail, you will understand this. Like, on a deep level, you will understand this.
I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in
Level 15 is max level on Star Rail, by the way. Chat, why are you guys saying feet? Please, you can't do that. What the fuck? What the fuck? What, like, huh? It says feet? What? It's sneakers. Huh? Is that only one roll of it's only one roll of defense percent. It's 6 rolls of flat defense. It literally says feet. Where? What? Messengers, parkour, sneakers. I'm so confused. Where does it? Over the. Oh! I see. Yeah, true. I saw that all along. Real. John. There's something comforting about seeing water vapor emanating from your coffee cup. You just know it's gonna be people coffee. Vape bat chest, shut the fuck up.
Grow, share my knowledge. Work a lot.
Be sanctified.
Everyone hold hands.
Silence!
I don't like coffee though. Who the fuck asked? Sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, that was mean.
Temple of Wisdom.
Yeah, more positive today, chat, I think. We're gonna be a more positive person today. Suck my balls! Sorry, more positive person starting now. Oh, we got a double. Huge! We got lucky, chat. Huge! This has 2 good stats.
Shine down. Committed to memory. Sharing my knowledge. Buckle up.
Be sanctified.
This may turn a little.
Settle an oversight on my part.
Okay, can you... It's okay, it happens. Free strongbox piece? Exactly! You're actually so right. You're so right. And then this is a free Neuvillette piece, look. We're chilling. It might not be a Neuvillette piece, but... it's definitely a piece worth leveling. Hey, I did say it was a Neuvillette piece. Listen. Okay. Wait. Can't wait. I'm never using this, am I? It's not even that good, yeah. Okay. Okay. A Neuvillette piece it is. Huge. I believe that's an upgrade over the one I'm currently using. 21 HP, 10 ER, 4 crit rate. Should be, yeah. Basically trading ER for crit damage. That's alright, honestly. I generally have enough ER on my Neuvillette, I think.
Make yourselves at home.
The tides beckon. Silence.
Is that HP main stats? No, it's HP Hydro HP. Could be interesting. I think it should be. Yeah. I have a lot of HP percent subs though.
Sharing my knowledge. Buckle up.
Let the mighty be humbled.
Committed to memory.
Bow your head.
No, that is not it. But that's okay. Honestly, we already got an upgrade today, which means that I don't mind if that's all we get.
Silence.
This may turn a little. Make yourselves at home. Buckle up.
Be sanctified.
I see everything.
No, not quite. Hi, Zajef. I sent a message to you a while ago. What does that mean?
Rise, grow, grow. The temple of wisdom. Look alive.
Let the mighty be humbled.
What do you mean by this?
Everyone okay?
What did he mean by this crying laughing emoji? Wow. Not today.
Shine down.
They sent you a message and a certain amount of time has passed since that event. I see.
I see everything.
Bow your head.
You know, it canceled me mid charge attack and I didn't even say suck my balls. Are you guys proud of me? Growth. Thank you. Thank you. I am indeed displaying growth. Alright, apparently there's leakers. Let's go take a look. Chiori kit info and 4.6 artifacts. Sus. Chiori does not have a geo construct. This game sucks. Chiori sucks. Fuck this game. I hate it. Is an off-field support, not really synced with Navia, most synced with Albedo. Her E is similar to Goro's Q when herself or teammates damage enemies, additionally cause an instance of geo damage. Q buffs entire party depending on amount of crystallizes inside the domain and number of geo constructs. Okay, wait! That's Pog. Wait, that's actually Pog. Wait, Gek, wait. Chat, hold your champs. Hold your pauses. Hold. Chat, I want you to hold. Okay, so realistically, what could a kit like this be? Yeah, so her E is probably just something similar to Raiden with like coordinated attacks. Right? But only on geo damage. Or maybe I guess she's kind of just like Nahida, right? She's basically just Nahida, but geo. An E that deals additional damage when you deal geo damage instead of when you trigger reactions, and that buffs your party based on your geo stuff instead of buffing your elemental reactions. No, Zajef, you must not like Chiori. Your curse will activate again. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. I can't help it. This is a good sign. If it's real, I don't know if it's real, right? Because at the end of the day, this is a sus leak, right? But if it's real, this is an interesting kit. Wait, why are you guys saying the X.5 curse? Has it really been that bad? That's not that bad. Yai isn't bad. Okay, yeah. That one. That one. She was back then. She wasn't bad. She just wasn't amazing. Right, she was whatever. She wasn't Dea or Illa level though. That's for sure. Like, Yai Taser is still fine, chat. It's not great. It's not her best team, but it's fine. She had high expectations. Yeah, I guess she definitely fell short of expectations. Yeah, hopefully Chiori's a Yai, not a Dea. Let's see what people have to say about the kit. It's Eatover. Ito construct doesn't break on bosses as easily as Albedo, so it's a W. Is it? Does Ito's construct, or does Ushi count as a construct even? I feel like it doesn't. He does? I'm pretty sure he doesn't resonate with bosses push Ito away. Bosses push Baron Bunny away, but that's not, Baron Bunny's not a construct.
Be sure to befriend them and cause them no harm.
Ushi resonates? Really? He does? Huh. Okay. Well, that's good then. Yeah, I think people are not realizing the thing here, right? They're saying if Chiori doesn't make the Senjio constructs more sturdy to last longer against elites and bosses, then a part of her Q buff is going to disappear with like 3 to 5 seconds after she casts.
Comes in many flavors to the discerning palate.
It doesn't matter how sturdy they are, right? Because what makes constructs Omega fucking cringe against bosses isn't them being destroyed by damage. It's them being destroyed by the boss's hitbox going over them and the game being coded in a way where that's not supposed to happen, so it just makes the construct disappear. Not even destroyed, just disappear. Right, so you don't get GOMC's Constellation 2 to proc, right? Yeah, that's fair. There's also a bunch of fake floors where you just can't put constructs. But I do agree that if she... Because, okay, from this leak, right, I think that it's probably how many are active when she activates the ability. But if it's not, if you need to maintain your constructs alive, it will be Omega fucking cringe. Like, that is a fair take. It'll be very fucking cringe. Her E is similar to Gorokyu, then proceeds to explain how it's nothing like Gorokyu. I don't... Wait, what? Isn't Gorokyu a coordinated attack as well? Oh wait, is it not? Oh. My bad. It's just a buff circle? No, it deals damage. Oh yeah, that's a skill issue. There it goes. All of the Maréchaussée artifacts are farmed for chlorines. Rip Bozo! How does she not sync with Navia if she buffs based on Crystallize? Well, considering the fact that they said that she works well with Albedo, I'm guessing it's a fucking defense buff. That would be a very likely way that it would not synergize with Navia. It sounds like the crystals mustn't be consumed for the buff. That's not true. There's no verb here, right? Depending on amount of crystallizes inside the domain and number of geoconstructs, right? So you're kind of left guessing what they actually mean by this. Is it the amount of crystallizes that are present at any given time? Is it a dynamic buff that works like that? Is it the amount of crystallizes that are present when you cast the ability? Is it a non-dynamic buff that works like that? Is this the amount of crystallizes that you generate inside the domain, which would mean that it would not change anything whether you actually catch them or not, right? You're kind of left wondering what they actually mean by this, but it definitely does not exclude the possibility of it just being the amount you generate. Because it could be the amount that characters inside the domain generate, rather than the amounts that are present at a given time inside the domain, right? So, okay, let me just quickly talk about the sort of thing I would like to see from Chiori. Right, I've talked about this before a little bit, but we can get into it a bit more, right? The current state of Geo is kind of dog shit. And it's mostly because... And yeah, right, this is something I talk about fairly often, but still. When you look at characters like Navia, right? Which I've said before is like not a real Geo character, right? Like she's artificially Geo. She's aesthetically Geo, but functionally not. Right? What kind of units does she want to be played with? Well, having one other Geo unit isn't bad, but you never want more than one. And outside of that, what you want is characters like Bennett, characters like Farina, characters like Shailene. Shut up, please. Right? Which gives her a lot of options, which means a character like Navia doesn't really have any problems, right? She doesn't have anything that needs to be fixed. She is completely functional. Then you look at a character like Ito, and a character, and you see, okay, what does he want to be played with? Well, he kind of needs some Geo energy generation. He's got a defense buff, okay, he wants to be played with Goro. What does Goro want to be played with? More Geo units. Okay, let's say you're doing Ito, Goro, Zhongli, or Ito, Goro, Albedo. What's your last slot? Do you go for, like, a synergistic unit from another element? Okay, sure. Like who? And then you realize, oh, there is no other synergistic unit for that last slot. All the units they want are Geo. Farina? Who's healing for your Farina? Goro doesn't heal enough. Bennett, I mean, Bennett's cool and all, but your carry has 5,000 attack already, so Bennett isn't a huge fucking deal. I have C6 Farina. I mean, sure, I guess. Yelan? Yeah, Yelan is a good option. Even though she fucking sucks in the slot. Because you're doing like most of your damage is charge attacks. So you end up just playing Zhongli, and now you have a fucking team where all you want is Geo units,
Wine tastes the
where not a single one of these units can be swapped for another one. Noelle, I mean, I guess you can replace Ito with Noelle. That's like the one change here, right? But that's not Noelle's best team. You can't replace anyone with Neng, you can't replace anyone with Yunjin. You technically have two variations, but it's two variations on the carry, not even on the supports. If you want to play a Geo carry, you end up basically needing either two of these three, plus one random ass fucking character that isn't very synergistic, or all three of them. Which makes it so that when you look at Navia's teams, right? She doesn't struggle to find synergistic teammates. While she would be more synergistic with a Ningguang that's actually good, right? Like, fair, but she has good teams. Ito, on the other hand, has like one team with no fucking variations on it. If you don't have it, either of these, you kind of get fucked. If you don't, like, okay, cool. This sucks to be you, I guess. What are you gonna play, GOMC? And so, because of that, in my opinion, what Geo needs right now is more units that are synergistic with Goro. Whether it's other Geo units, or even just fucking defense scalers like Albedo from another element, I think that what Geo needs right now is units that can capitalize on Goro's buff. That you have an incentive to play over Zhongli or Albedo in that fourth slot. Four Geo units make Albedo's EM boost more useless. Albedo's EM boost is already useless because it's on an ability. You only get it when you use his burst, and his burst fucking sucks. You don't want to use your burst on Albedo. Unless you're playing a team that actually has the, like, time to spare. When you're playing, like, I don't know, a fucking quick swap Zhongli team. 12-second rotation bullshit, like, sure. If you have the time to do it without losing uptime on anyone else, sure. But outside of that, it's just not a very good ability. Anyways, all of this to say, right? I want more units that synergize with Goro. So either units that can capitalize on his defense buff, or units that give similar buffs to Goro that will be played in the same teams. I don't know if I want to do that today, but maybe tomorrow. Remind me again tomorrow if I don't end up doing it today. But yeah, so either again, right? Either something that can capitalize on Goro's buff, a bit like Fischl does in Hyper Raiden teams, right? You can play Fischl in the last slot because Fischl can capitalize on Bennett and Kazuha's buff. Or I guess now Bennett and I guess, well, it wouldn't be Bennett. Just on Chevreuse's buff, right? Like, you can play Fischl in that slot. Because she capitalizes on those buffs. Or you can have a unit like Sarah. And again, right, I don't like Sarah. I don't think she's good, and I don't think she's particularly healthy for the game. But also, from a design standpoint, characters like Sarah are good to have in the game. Goro is Geo Sarah? Kinda, yeah. I think that in the teams where you use Goro, he fulfills Bennett's job more so than Sarah's job. Even though he does have a kid that's very similar to Sarah. But yeah, so you'd either want a character like Sarah that can kind of do half and half of both capitalizing on the buffs you already get in your team, right? Because Sarah's burst is actually it's not an insanely high damage ability, but it's not low damage either, right? Like, you have to use her burst to get your buff anyways, so it's gonna have to be used with your Bennett uptime anyways, and your Kazuha uptime. And so at that point, it is benefiting from those buffs, and even though it's not as much damage as Fischl, you will build her for damage, because you don't have anything else to build her for, and it will do a reasonable amount of damage, right? If you look at, and again, right, always take GC Sim stuff with a grain of salt for like the overall total damage the team is doing, but my favorite thing about GC Sim is looking at damage distribution. I think that's the one thing from GC Sim that you can almost always just effectively take at face value, with the caveat that animal units deal less damage than they should because it's almost always single target. But anyways, if I look at Raiden, Sarah, right? In a team like this, Sarah is doing a non-insignificant portion of damage. It's not nearly as high as Raiden, obviously, but it is non-insignificant. Goro, on the other hand, doesn't really do damage. His damage is so insignificant in Geo teams. Joro. His damage is so insignificant in Geo teams that people run him on a 4-star set, just because Exile's effect is more important than anything he can actually do in terms of damage. Right? So, again, Goro is more so acting like Bennett in those teams. He's just there to be a buff. If I open... Oh, I actually don't have an Excel thing open. I guess that's because my computer crashed yesterday. Omega. But yeah, so when you have Raiden, Bennett, Kazuha, Fischl, right? What you have is like your carry, pure buff, buff plus damage, and then damage that can capitalize on both of these buffs. Right? When you have Raiden, Bennett, Kazuha, Sarah, you have carry, pure buff, buff plus damage, and then here you have, again, buff plus damage. But this damage can capitalize on these two buffs, which means that even it doesn't need to be a large amount of damage to be a large amount of damage, right? It doesn't need to be a high amount of motion value. It doesn't need to be a broken ability to end up doing a lot of damage in your team. When you look at Ito teams, you have Ito, Goro, and then first let's look at Albedo Zhongli, right? You have your carry, pure buff, damage, and then pure buff. The thing is, Albedo's actual damage output isn't that great, right? And more importantly, Zhongli's pure buff is not very good. It's a pure buff, but he's mostly there for defensive utility, and because you don't have a good last slot. So what you end up with is, well, really just a shit version of this, right? In terms of the roles the units are fulfilling in the team. What I'd like to see is carry, pure buff, buff plus damage, right? We have Ito. We have Goro. We're missing something here. And then you can put either Zhongli for pure buff as a last slot, or Albedo. Right? That's one of the things that could help Geo feel a lot better. And that's why people use Yelan in this slot. Because Yelan is technically buff plus damage. It's just that it's an incredibly unsynergistic buff plus damage unit with the team. And I'd like to see a more synergistic one. Does C6 Hyunjin count? No. It's not good for these teams. So, that's like the first way you could go about it. The second way you could go about it is to build them more like Wanderer teams, right? So in Wanderer teams, you have Wanderer, Bennett, Farazan, and then generally a defensive utility option. So like Toma or Zhongli or whatever, right? So you have damage, pure buff, and technically Farazan does damage, but her damage isn't high enough. I'm gonna call it pure buff, even though she technically does do a little bit of damage. And then you have buff plus defensive utility. Right? But what you have is things that are multiplicative with each other. Right? It's like 10 to 15% damage. Yeah, it's not that far behind Sarah does, but only if she's C6. If she's not C6, it's nothing, whereas Sarah does still do damage pre-C6. But, I mean... Fine, whatever. It's still like... I'll call it... I won't say pure buff, but I'll call it... Because, like, she's really mainly there for that. Anyways. The way that this a team like this functions is that it has buffs that are multiplicative with each other, right? An attack buff, a damage buff and res shred debuff, and a not getting hit buff. Not getting staggered buff. Right? Where effectively the defensive utility in Wanderer's case is, I mean, it's not really necessary, but for most players will behave the same way that a damage buff does, in the sense that it's just going to let him, it's effectively kind of like Shenhe. You get additional motion value because instead of dodging and instead of getting staggered, you're hitting. Right? And that is multiplicative with an attack buff, and it is multiplicative with a damage buff and a res shred debuff, right? So you effectively end up having 3 buffing characters that are synergistic with each other because they buff a different part of the kit that all get multiplied together at the end. Right? And that's why Wanderer's teams feel so cohesive. So you could also do something similar for Ito. You could have Ito, Goro, Zhongli. Right? So you have carry, I guess, yeah. Pure buff. Buff. And then a new character that is also just a buff. Goro gives a lot of small different buffs, So I don't think you can make something that's like truly multiplicative, but you could make something that's mostly multiplicative by just making it like a big damage percent buff. Or a big defense percent buff. Because again, right, what Goro does is he just gives a lot of small different buffs. Although his defense buff is the biggest one, so that's... Either way, right, that's another way that you can make Ito's teams feel more cohesive. And that's why it's sad that Goro's healing is so bad, because if Farina could fit there, she would be really fucking good. Anyways, all of this to say, right? When you look at this kit description, it makes me optimistic. It really does. Because she could very well fulfill either the pure buff if this damage isn't really big, or the damage plus buff category. I don't think it would necessarily be bad to just have a pure damage either, right? But it would need to fit in pre-existing Ito, Goro, Albedo, right? And then you have a pure buff that works well on your carry and then on both of your damage dealers. So I guess this, right, would be a lot more similar to a mono hydro team where you have like Yelan, I guess, And the hydro units are kind of busted, so a lot of them do something more than just damage. But like, I guess, yeah, Kokomi, Kazuha, Yelan, Singto, right? Or like, Yelan is giving you a buff, but it's only a buff to one character, and realistically, it just translates to a little bit more damage. It's not a significant buff. So, like, the way that your team is mostly functioning is carry, pure buff. Well, technically, Kazuha's buff plus damage, but like... then damage, right? Like, you could make her kit function either as just buffs, as buffs plus damage, or as just damage. And I think it would be... the one I would like to see the most is buff plus damage. Something similar to Sarah, but like less cringe. I think that is the main thing that we should get. Something like Shenhe? No, not really. Not like, just straight up something like Sarah. What's cringe about Sarah? She's dog shit before C6. What about Navia? I don't think she needs to work with Navia. Again, Navia's not really a Geo unit. She's not really meant to work with other Geo units that well. You want at most one other Geo unit because she doesn't actually have synergy with Geo units. It's just that Geo Resonance is kind of good. Doesn't she want another Navia? Yeah, because she wants... another Navia would be good, because you'd get your Geo Resonance without having to play any of the Geo units that actually do Geo things. All field Geo damage, totally not for Navia, but for outdated characters from 1.x. Yup, logic checks. Yeah, I don't know about this one. What? There's already a very tight and slot contested mono geo package. There is not. This is not slot contested. The only unit that is not really replaceable here is Goro. Goro's the best Geo unit, man. Like, it just is what it... Okay, well, maybe now with Navia... And also Zhongli, but, like, in terms of, like, actual Geo units, right? Goro's the best Geo unit. But he's also not... Whatever, it's fine. Anyways. You think if Zhongli's kit was made with today's kit design perspective in mind, would his kit scale off Geo? You mean defense? Maybe? I don't know, though. Like, one of the very clear consequences of building him defense, or sorry, of having him be an HP scaler, is that it lets you release defense buffers without making Zhongli's shield completely impenetrable. As much as Zhongli's shield is, for the most part, going to trivialize getting hit, against very high damaging enemies, it can still break, right? Like against Tolpa, for example, it can still break. And if he's scaled with defense, they either have to make his shield weaker when you don't have Goro, or his shield would not break whatsoever against any enemies because of Goro. Is that something you want? I mean, I don't know. Maybe. What's wrong with an unbreakable shield? I don't think it's good for the game. Like, actually, truly unbreakable, I don't think it's good for the game. Too OP? It's not even that it's too OP. Right? Because again, at the end of the day, there's not a lot of enemies that can break it anyways. It's just that it feels weird. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like if Zhongli didn't exist, people would have a different image of shielders. I mean, yeah, obviously. If shields didn't exist, or sorry, if Zhongli didn't exist, people would realize how fucking broken Xingqiu's defensive utility is. Because Zhongli's shield is basically the one shield in the game that is consistently competitive with Xingqiu for defensive utility. Hmm. Even if she isn't explicitly meant to work with Navia, it sounds like she works with Navia, unless her buff is a defense buff, but that would be dumb. Why would that be dumb, though? Why would it be dumb for the Geo unit that they want to work with Albedo to give a defense buff? Anyways, this is very interesting. Non-stop leaks from the subreddit right now? Really? Clarine didn't see join in 4.7. And Arlecchino is certainly related to Overload. So, that second part, I mean, okay, whatever. Or that first part, whatever. The second part, I'm not surprised, right? I talked about in my Sugar's pre-release discussion. Holy fuck. Chat, I don't know if I've ever seen this kind of snow before. It's falling like big ass fucking snowflakes. Like snowflakes this big. What the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Take a video and tweet? I'm down. Oh, yeah, I gotta go find my phone. No, Chad, it's melting! Okay, I mean, yeah. It's already fucking mostly melted, but like, That's one snowflake. Also, I had to step, like, I had to fucking, I don't have, I didn't have shoes on, and I had to step in, like, this amount of snow right outside my door. Just from, like, tonight. Like, just from last night. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually gonna post it because I feel I'm afraid of doxing myself. Let me just double check that I closed my door. I'm like not sure anymore. Okay, I closed my door. Mods? No. I was absent for like a little bit. That geoguessr guy will find you based on the shape of the snowflake? Honestly, I'm afraid he would, yeah. Like, Rainbolt scares me, man. Like, it just... He scares me. And it's not even just him, it's the fact that people can do that, right? The fact that people can do that scares the fuck out of me. I feel like, as a content creator, it should scare the fuck out of you. It basically means that if you post any sort of pictures of outside, fuck even inside your house, people might be able to fucking find where you live. Chlorine kit info. Chlorine has a kit related to energy recharge, subject to change. That is... Is that it? This is like the first time I agree with the fucking leak subreddit. Holy shit. What? What does any of this mean? Are these for Chlorine or Arlecchino? I'm so confused. Child talent? Okay, but what is this? Which one is this? Is this Chlorine or Arlecchino? Who? Whatever. ICBA. ICBA. Make up child talent, but it's not even the talent one, it's the third one. Whatever, it's fine. No, I don't want to add this. What are you guys doing? More leaks? I'll sort by new. Arlecchino Pyro application. What in the fuck does this mean? Servant like Xiao Gong. Who the fuck is Xiao Gong? It's Yoimiya? Servant like Yoimiya? What the fuck does that mean? Does it mean she serves? I'm confused. Scroll down. Oh. Oh! I see. Okay, that's actually good. Well, no, I mean, okay. That's good if it's really fast. Because here's the thing, right? One of the things that I talked about, that I guess speculate, it's not really speculated, because it's not like I expect this, but that I talked about how a potential off-field pyro kit could happen without it just being channeling power creep, right? And one of those ways was to have really fast pyro hits that end up serving as a relatively good off-field pyro, but that cannot be used as the main source of damage for your team in the sense of a vape through a long ICD. Like through ICD, basically. Kind of like if Amber's burst could keep going for longer than like 2, 3, 4, I don't know how many seconds. Pyrosing, so kinda, yeah. Banner will have a few old characters at a time, but a way to guarantee the character you want and be independent from the normal double banners. What the fuck? 4.5? What the fuck? It also reaffirmed that Chiori's weapon is good for Albedo. Defense scaling Chiori Dream Pog. Potential 5-star weapons and gift packages. What? Some 5-star weapons may be sold directly as gift packages. Not sure yet whether it will be served with mixed pool. Honestly, I could see that. I could see weapons that they don't feel like fits on any banners being purchasable. Like, when's the last time Wolf's Gravestone was on banner? $1.3? Jesus Christ. Yeah. I could see stuff like that. It's definitely not gonna be primos though. I would be very surprised if it's purchasable through primos or like shop currency. I think it's almost guaranteed to be Genesis crystals. I hope to be proven wrong, but it's, to me, incredibly likely that it's going to be. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. When all party members. Not again! Not again. Bro. Unironically, this is a result of Nahida ruining the game. Alright? It's all Nahida's fault. Like, no cap. Because if they never released Nahida, people would have gotten bored of Nilo as soon as there was an Abyss that wasn't tailor-made for her. And the overall reaction to Nilo would have been so much worse, and they would have decided not to do that shit again. It's all Nahida's fucking fault. God damn it, man. Yeah, honestly, Azar may have been onto something. Like, that's all I'm saying. Okay? Like, that's all I'm saying. All party members are Hydro and Electro characters, and there's at least one Hydro and Electro characters in the party. She's doing... What does she do? Oh, they don't say it. What's the point of making specialized support when the usual team comp is gonna end up better anyways? How about you make the specialized supports better? Maybe? Instead of artificially forcing you not to run the units you want to run. How about you give us an actual reason to run other units? Fucking... eh. Unpopular opinion, but I'd rather have these passive focus kits start to pop up every now and then than get the 800th vape and quick bloom DPS of the month. You see, I understand this, right? But this is a result of Hoyo having of Hoyo just basically holding you by the balls. These are not the only two options. They can just make a kit like Chevreuse, and instead of fucking forcing you, hey, you're not allowed to run these other units, you give you actual incentives not to run the other units. Yeah, like, it's so much better done with Lenny. Lenny isn't played in the same teams as like the other pyro carries. Right? He's not the 800th vape and quick bloom DPS of the month. How would you have designed Chevreuse without that passive when overvape exists? Well, there's a lot of ways to go about it. The easiest way would be to fucking have her say the same shit as Lenny. That her passive only works when pyro's the aura. When an electro character triggers overload. Not when a pyro character does. That way you can still run overvape, but you have to jump through more hoops to make it work. Like, you can effectively have the same effect for the optimal teams without making it so that what the character does stops working altogether if your favorite character that you want to play is from a different element. Right? Like, it's not necessary to... That's why Lenny is just such a better executed way of doing that. Because if you really if you feel like you can't play without Zhongli, right? You can just slap him in your Lenny team, and there's nothing wrong with that. Anyways, all this to say, right? I would also rather have these passives than the 800th vape and quick bloom DPS of the month. But I would even rather them just being well designed instead. Them actually being well designed characters, to me, would be better than settling for artificial restrictions because it's better than having the same character we've already had, right? Like, imagine a character who gives buffs only when the enemy doesn't have an aura. Imagine the sort of cool shit you could do with that. You're incentivized to run it in Geo or I guess physical, not really physical, like Geo teams, right? Teams that can wipe auras, but also if you have a character that applies 2 instances of an element very quickly in a row, right? The first instance will wipe and the second will hit on an enemy that doesn't have an aura. So you could design a character that has a really strong 1-2 hit combo where the second hit does a fuck ton of damage. Right? Like, that's another way that you could go about creating new and interactive kits without just having something that literally says, yeah, this passive doesn't work if you run Zhongli. This passive doesn't work if you run Venti. This passive just doesn't fucking work if your favorite character is not 2 of the 7 elements in the game. Right? But yeah, anyways, you think they're gonna do restrictions versions now and then do unrestricted versions later just to milk cash out of the player base? I don't know, maybe. I actually like restrictive characters like Chevreuse. It makes up for more team variety, otherwise we'd just be running Kazuha till the end of time. Like, I get where you're coming from. Right? Because specifically, it's kind of rough to push Kazuha out of Overload teams because his kit synergizes so well with Overload teams. Right? But also, you don't need to push Kazuha out of Overload teams. You can just release an option that is mainly a res shred debuff, and therefore makes the VV from Kazuha a lot less useful. And put more of the power budget into the res shred and less into other different buffs, so that they're a better option than Kazuha against high res enemies, and you don't really want to play them with Kazuha because you'd rather run another unit that does something different whenever you don't need the grouping. You can release carries that just don't really work that well with Kazuha because, well, they can't really allow, or they're very synergistic with units that would also want to get the Kazuha buff, and therefore are gonna lose the VV by during their DPS window. Yeah, long field time units like Sino, right? Obviously, Sino is not very good in those teams, so that doesn't really. But my point is, when it's done through artificial restrictions with Chevreuse, I don't like it. Because, one, it restricts creativity. You don't actually have to think. You just say, oh, okay, let's just sort my characters by elements and fucking try those, right? And to me, that's fucking boring. Anyways, I get where you're coming from, but also the problem that you have isn't, I don't like when units are versatile. And what you like about Chevreuse isn't that she artificially restricts your team building. What you like about Chevreuse is that she gives you an incentive to run characters other than Kazuha, which is something that can be achieved without the artificial restriction, which is a problem I have with her kid, right? I don't know. How would you achieve that without something arbitrary? I mean, let me try to think of a good example of a character that has achieved something similar. Do you think that it gives the opportunity to use underutilized characters? I mean, which underutilized character is good with Chevreuse? Her teammates are Bennett channeling Fischl. It doesn't. Like... like, if it did, then sure, at least there would be that, but it doesn't. The only people who use the underutilized units with Chevreuse are people who don't have the not underutilized units, or who just don't want to play them, but it's still just as suboptimal as if you were to play them without Chevreuse. But I mean, okay, just Farina in general has given you an incentive not to play Kazuha in a lot of different teams. By giving you a buff that's fairly redundant with Kazuha's buff in damage percent, and requiring a healer, while you do still play her with Kazuha in some teams, there's a lot of teams where you play her without Kazuha, right? She pushed teams that don't use Kazuha forward without artificially forcing you not to use Kazuha. Right? That's good. That's the sort of restrictions that is healthier for the game, in my opinion. But yeah, all of this to say, those restrictions of if you have a character that is not one of these elements in your party, this passive stops working, are very lazy from a design standpoint, and are inherently designed not to bring forward team variety, but to force people who don't have the units that work in those slots to go for the units that work in those slots. Nilo feels really fucking bad without Nahida.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor.
Stop yapping. Anyways, I'm... I used to play Nilo without Nahida and I enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, I used to play Daya carry with Mona and I enjoyed it. That doesn't mean that it's a team that feels good to play. You know? Anyways. If Nilo didn't have that rule, would her teams look that different? Yes and no. Right? The main thing that would change if Nilo didn't have that rule is you'd have some more Nilo Animo teams and Nilo Electro teams. Yeah, like you'd be able to play Kazuha or Venti or Sucrose or whatever grouper, which would make Nilo a lot better in situations that aren't like perfect for her. The sort of situations that right now only really feel good if you have Nahida would feel a lot fucking better if you could use Animo. But you don't just become insanely broken? I mean, not really. The sort of setups you need to do for the Animo units to properly replace a Hydro unit for Hydro App are fucking dank as shit. I think there are many, many, many situations where you'd rather just run a Hydro unit. Yeah, like even the fastest applying Animo units don't apply Hydro as fast as the actual Hydro units, right? So the teams wouldn't be strictly better, they'd just have one thing they're better at and one thing they're worse at. And then if you could run an Electro unit, you'd basically end up being able to run like full EM on all your characters and feel a lot better about it. Because you'd end up generating Cs from a lot of different characters. Plus, your Electro unit would have some Quicken, which would significantly improve her single target output without making her AoE, or without making her AoE that much worse, but it still would be worse. Right, so it's like... if Nilo didn't have that restriction, she would be better in the sense that she would be more versatile, which would be good for her. But her ceiling wouldn't really increase. This would be kind of bad gameplay-wise in my opinion. Nilo not working with grouping makes her teams feel different, I think. Being forced not to use Animo in situations where it would help a lot is a net positive for me, if I'm honest. Not saying her passive is perfect, but I like that. So the thing is, in my opinion, the main consequence of that is just to make Nahida better synergy with Nilo. Because the other Dendro units cannot apply Dendro properly to enemies that are not relatively close together, right? So all it does is it takes your fucking... It takes a bunch of situations and it says, hey, you get Nahida or you're gonna have a much worse time. Like, Dendro characters are not very good at AoE Dendro application. They just are not. Right? The best one is Dendro MC, and you're fucking RNG locked. Right? And that can feel pretty bad in a lot of situations. On top of that, you can't build any EM on Dendro MC. So if you get... Because you're RNG locked, it makes it so that your aura can switch to Hydro a lot more easily. And when it does, you lose all of your damage. Because you need so much ER on Dendro MC that you won't be able to build a lot of EM. Right? Kolei's AoE is really fucking small. Right? Like, you don't have a Dendro character that's, like, actually good at applying Dendro in AoE when enemies are not very well grouped, other than Nahida. What using animal units in Nilo teams would allow is for those teams to still not feel like fucking shit. When you can't group the enemies. If you have Nahida, you probably, generally, would not even want to run an animal unit over her. But it would give you more options if you don't have Nahida. Which is bad for their fucking profits, which is why they won't do it, but it's very good for the game, right? Hutao Double Hydro has similar issues and people are fine with it being single target focused. What do you mean has similar issues? What units are you not allowed to play in Hutao Double Hydro? I'm very confused. Also, I mean, wait, I'm confused. Goro, I mean, you can. It's not good, but if you play Goro, it won't make your Farina stop working. She won't get the buff you get from healing. Well, she still gets some of it, because Hutao self-heals. It'll be lower. And then if you're running the Xingqiu Yelan, you don't lose anything from your Xingqiu, from your Yelan, from your Hutao. You just don't gain anything from your Goro. Being single target focus is not an issue? Yeah, I know. Like, it's not an inherent issue. But the way... I don't like when restrictions on a character come from just, hey, if you play this unit, which should work based on, like, just how the units, like, are designed and whatever, well, your favorite, like, your Nilo's passive just stops working. She stops doing literally all that her kit does. Right? Anyway, I don't want to dwell on this for too much longer, right? Because, like, it's not a very useful thing to talk about. Because at the end of the day, they're not gonna stop, right? But it's still very frustrating. It's the same reason why Raiden Beto feels bad. And I wouldn't say it is, no. Raiden Beto feels bad because you're trying to fucking stunlock me, aren't you? This has to be a conscious attempt to stunlock me. I feel like it has. Yeah, I feel like it has to be. Effect res, true. I don't have a lot of effect res, but sometimes it still does proc. Defeat all the... I don't want to defeat them. Can I, like...
Settle down.
I'm so sorry. I killed him with the Villette too. That's actually so fucked up. Could have just done the event instead of commission. I don't want to do the event today, though. We'll do it tomorrow. Where's my last commission? Am I blind or is it bugged? I'm blind. You killed them with water and water? Yeah. I mean, that's something that can happen. Like... You can throw water underwater, and... Like, you can just fucking... Oh, this is cringe to do without a bow user. Oh, never mind. Huge. Will you be doing some Star Rail today as well? Probably, yeah.
Add Astra.
Bro,
Thank you for-
I need to get like 25 more wishes to reach soft pity. I have so many events I need to do, man. Oh. Addicted? I'm not addicted. I'm not even fucking enjoying it at this point. I'm just doing it because I want to get Run May before her banner is gone. There'll
be an extra fee for that.
Star Rail tier list? I made one of those. I made one of those. Look, there it is. Don't take it very seriously. I have not played Star Rail nearly enough to have a real reliable take on it. Zilla too high? She used to be in D, but I bumped her up because of Pure Fiction. Because at the end of the day, right, if you're gonna... You want to have... Okay. Ideally, you would like to have one character built for MOC, or two characters, like two carries built for MOC, and two carries built for Pure Fiction. But... you might not have that many good characters that you can use. And if that's the case, then... a character that at least works in both of them is nice. And although Zilla is not very good in either MOC or Pure Fiction, she's kind of like whatever in both, she is not bad in either. I just said either and it was grammatically correct, I think. That is funny. Anyways. Have you seen Jay Stern call Bronya the Mona of Star Rail? I have not. I don't think that's a very good take. I do think it's fair to say that Bronya may be slightly overrated. Right? But... like, I think inherently, Bronya is not very good with carries that need to skill every turn. But, like, that need to spend a skill point every turn. Right? But as soon as your carry has any form of skill point consumption mitigation, she's fucking insane. Unless you want to, like, oh yeah, I guess that's fair, right? But... the take was because you gotta build your team around Bronya instead of the carries themselves, and E1S1 and 2 crucial for most of her teams. I mean, sure, but how the fuck is that anything like Mona? Building a team around Mona doesn't fucking change anything. It's still not... she's still not good. And her constellations or 5-star weapons don't fucking help. So, like, in what way is that similar to Mona at all? That's definitely a take of all time. Anyways, Yunqing is the Shinyan of Star Rail? No, Yunqing is like the Diluc of Star Rail. He mostly has a negative view right now because his sustainers are Ho-Ho and Lynx, I see. I mean, I guess that's fair, right? Like, that's fair. That's fair. And again, right, Bronya is, like... Bronya will inherently be a massive skill point thing, so you need a lot of skill point generators to make her good. But if you do have those skill point generators, she's really fucking good. Right? That's why, like, Tingyun is so popular, right? Is because she's just inherently a bit more versatile in the sort of teams you can, or in the sort of other supports you can put in the team. And that's also why Pilla is so fucking good. Unironically, I think that Pilla is a lot worse if you don't have Bronya. Because you just inherently do not need nearly as skill point positive of supports. To some extent, same for Locha. There are other skill point heavy harmonies. There is no unit that is as skill point heavy as Bronya. Bronya takes 2 skill points a turn. Because you use a skill point on your carry, then one on Bronya, then another one on your carry. Right? Unless you're using a carry that has that skill point consumption mitigation. She is the most skill point negative support in the game. Yukong is skill point hungry. Even if she skills every turn, that's less skill point hungry than Bronya. Because Bronya also skills every turn, but then on top of that, you're going to have to skill again on your carry. Right? Unless you have a carry that has skill point mitigation, your carry plus Bronya is 3 skill points per turn. Why is Silverwolf so low? Because there's no real single target content. If there is, Silverwolf goes up a lot. But there's no real single target content in the game right now. The only real single target content right now is Sim Universe. Like the bosses in Sim Universe. And she's just a lot less valuable there inherently because you have a lot of ways of implanting weakness. Like you can it's a lot like you can generally choose which boss you're fighting, right? So you can inherently just you have a lot more weakness coverage there. You can implant a weakness from the first boss. If you need ice weakness, you can get it from Remembrance Blessings. Like she's the content where she shines the most is in Sim Universe. But it also it's also the content where she's the least necessary. Right? And it ends up making her value just overall whatever. And mostly she's good. She's fine, but she's not great. Can you explain Dr. Ratio Kit? Sure. He's focused around his follow-up attack. His follow-up attack happens when he skills, and after his burst when your other characters attack enemies. So, whenever he skills, he can get a follow-up attack, and the chance of that follow-up attack happening depends on how many debuffs are on the enemies. At 3 debuffs or more, it's guaranteed. When he ults, he makes it so that no matter how many debuffs are on the enemies, the next 2 times your allies attack, it will launch his follow-up attack. That's basically what he does. Do dots count as a debuff? Yes, they do. When you press, I think it's Z, when you're in combat, you can see what buffs and debuffs are on the enemies, and it like separates them in buffs, debuffs, and other effects. Everything that's under the debuff is something that counts as a debuff. If it's something that's not in debuff, then it doesn't count as a debuff. To put together a team like Dr. Ratio, Topaz, Silverwolf, or May, and a healer / shielder. I don't know what Topaz does, so maybe. Oh, one thing that's kind of interesting to note, his light cone applies a debuff. Like, his signature light cone applies a debuff. Bro, his signature is actually, like... I don't even know what to compare it to in Genshin. I don't think there's any weapon in Genshin that is as much of a gap compared to others than his light cone is compared to any other hunt light cone. You get 44 crit damage, 36 damage percent, 24 defense shred, and a debuff for his passive. Key for Nilo. Yeah, I guess it's key for Nilo. Maybe even more than that. So it's good to roll for. I mean, Dr. Ratio is going to get power crept out of the meta in like 3 patches anyways. So good to roll for is very subjective. But it is indeed a nice, a sizable increase for him. Is it universal? Not at all. It only works on him. It's a hunt light cone that is heavily reliant on follow-ups. I mean, technically it works on you, but like, no, it does not. Ain't no way bro put him in B tier brain dead streamer. Do you mean that I'm brain dead because he's much better than that? Or I'm brain dead because he's much worse than that? I actually don't know. He's the best single target right now, and we go back to Silverwolf. What single target content are you going to need a high single target unit for? Where is the single target content? It's gonna come? I mean, sure. It will. But I think that ranking units based on hypothetical future content that doesn't exist right now, and that we have no confirmation on whether or not it will exist, and like when it will exist, isn't very relevant. Ain't no way bro is still making tier lists when he knows it's a terrible way of ranking units. Yeah, but like, I'm also not smart about this game. I don't want to make a tier list in Genshin because I actually understand how good the units are. And I'm very confident about everything. In this game, I am not an authority. This is not something you should take seriously whatsoever. This is a good way for me to express what I think about these characters, and for you guys to tell me why you think I'm wrong. Yeah, I wish the Jeff Daily didn't make videos of stuff like this though, because it is very clickbait, and it is what it is, but ugh. It's like, it kind of bothers me but not enough to ask them to take it down, you know? It's just like, ugh, kind of cringe, you know? Yeah, so Zajef Daily, I would appreciate you not posting tier list stuff. I don't mind when it's like food tier list stuff, but stuff like this, eh. Genshin already has a good tier list. What the fuck is that? No, I'm not. No. No, thank you. Does the Jeff Daily make money off your content? Yes. Most likely. If you're getting ads, then yes. I don't know. I don't really care, though. Like, at the end of the day, clip channels are like, they're I thought that Zajef Daily was an editor of yours? No, it's just someone who started a clip channel. It would bother me if I had an actual clip channel that was active, but I don't. And so it's not yoinking anything away from things that I would post. And therefore, it is somewhat mutually beneficial. Obviously, it's a lot more beneficial for them than it is for me. But that's okay. Make your own Zajef Daily? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I should. I know I should. But anyways. I saw a lot of people asking about Kafka. So one of the biggest issues with Kafka is that the units she really works well with are just not great units. And are basically unusable outside of her teams. And it makes building her teams such a fucking it's not resin, what's it called? Power? Whatever. It's such a huge resin sink. And in a game that is as prone to power creep as Genshin is, building units that you're gonna end up ditching is not nice. It's sorry, as Starrail. My bad. Kafka is understandable, Zila is not, especially after Pure Fiction. So the reason why Zila is not any higher than this with Pure Fiction is because she's not better than the erudition units in Pure Fiction. She's a cope if you don't have the good eruditions, which is fine. It's why she's not in D tier. But it's also not great, you know? No one is better than eruditions in Pale Yeah, and that's the point, right? The reality is, Zilla is better than Cope in Pure Fiction. I mean, Not really. I would argue that it's more so just that pure fiction is really fucking easy right now. If I can use level 50 units and get 45,000 points out of 60,000 on the hardest pure fiction difficulty, it's because the current pure fiction cycle, it's the new one, it's the new content, they want people to like it, so they're not gonna make it incredibly hard. Just like MOC used to be a lot easier, right? It's the same content, it's just way fucking harder now. Anyways. Kafka makes dot units like Sampo effective, which opens up a new way for you to play StarL through dot damage. It brings variety to your gameplay, gives you opportunities to try new paths in virtual universes. Only problem with Kafka is that it's the only one of its kind today. I mean, yeah, sure. But that new way to play comes with a need to build new supports, which are dog shit in teams without her. So if you're ever against content where she doesn't really shine too well, having built those supports is a huge downside. Because that's power you could have spent on other characters. I mean, you could... I think it's fair to argue that there are definitely a lot of situations where she can be an A. But I think that specifically her reliance on units that aren't particularly good outside of her teams is enough to make her less preferable to... Like, I think most accounts would benefit a lot more from building the units in B than her. Good take, but also farm value isn't as bad as Genshin. There's reserve XP fuel and 240 daily. I don't think you realize how expensive it is to do traces and... I mean, just fucking traces. Bro, traces are expensive as shit. Because the reality is that in Genshin, a lot of things don't actually need to be upgraded, right? Like when you're playing Albedo, who the fuck cares about leveling his burst and normal attack? When you're playing Zhongli, who the fuck cares about his burst and normal attack? In Star Rail, there's so many fucking stats that you need to go get that you do care about, right? Actually maxing out a character I don't think is much more expensive in Star Rail than it is in Genshin in terms of time. But getting a character to the point where they feel usable is harder. It is more time, more of a time sink. The lack of the fact that there's only 4 pieces for your 4 sets and 2 pieces for your 2 sets also makes it so that it's a lot harder to get It's not that it's a lot harder, but you can get bottlenecked a lot more easily for your relics. There's also a lot more useless stats. Yes and no. There's more useless stats, but there's also more useful stats, right? Like, defense isn't bad on your supports. Defense and HP are usually good stats for supports. Not so much for carries, but for almost every support, you care more about their survivability than slightly increasing their buff. Yeah, same for effect res, right? Because in Genshin you can just swap out Sorrel, you can't. Yeah, exactly. In Genshin you can dodge and you can swap out if one of your characters is squishy. That's not something you can do in Star Rail. Which is again part of why characters require so much more to get going, right? Like, you can't use a level 50 character with a level 50 light cone in high MOC. They're gonna get one shot. There's nothing you can do about that. You need to level them. Whereas using a level 60 out of 70 character in Genshin, which is somewhat similar amount of like resin investment in terms of time, it's not really a problem. But yeah. It's also part of why the sustain units are so fucking... Honestly, like... I think there's a very real argument to be made that this should be the real tier list, right? Like, there's a very real argument for that. Fuck, you could make an argument for this. I'm not gonna do all of them, but like you get the point, right? Just because at the end of the day, without a good and well-built defensive unit, you cannot clear the higher level content. It's not a question of whether you can clear in time, you will die. But you also don't need more than 2. And you get 2 for free even though they're not the best ones, right? Can you also make the argument that you don't need sustain units to clear content, but you need damage? Not really, in my opinion, because the investment that you need to not need sustain is so high that at that point everything has been trivialized. And it doesn't matter what's stronger than what. In what world is Locha better than Ho-Ho? In the world where Locha doesn't need to use kill points and Ho-Ho does. Oh, wait, this was here. This was here. Yeah. Wait, no, it wasn't. What the this was here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I think Ho-Ho is better if you don't run skill point intensive characters as your carry. That's fair. The reason why I have Locha above her is because if you have too many skill points, you just end up wasting a little bit of potential. If you don't have enough skill points, your team don't work. So I'd rather have Locha and waste some skill points in some teams than have Ho-Ho and not be able to fucking use her in some teams. But it is fair to say that Ho-Ho is better than Locha because she is better than Locha in teams where you don't need that skill point. Or where you don't need those skill points. Anyways. Like, at the end of the day, right? You also have to keep in mind, this is my perspective, and a lot of that is based on the units I have, right? And man, does it feel really fucking bad to run out of skill points. And I really fucking wish I had Locha instead of this fucking Lynx dog shit. Like, fuck, man. Locha is so... Bro, Locha is really fucking good. Like... There's also just the fact that... It's not just that he's skill point positive. It's that he's arguably the most skill point positive unit in the game outside of units that, like, specifically generate skill points. Because he can run multiplication. Which makes him inherently the fastest support in the game. Anyways. I think you're severely downplaying Ho-Ho value. She is literally ahead of Jingliu. What do you mean downplaying Ho-Ho's value? I'm talking about her downsides because people are telling me that she's better than Locha and I disagree. I don't think she's a bad unit. There's a reason she's here. I do think they should be in the same tier. And again, right? There are situations where Ho-Ho is better than Locha, and there are situations where Locha is better than Ho-Ho. But in the situations where where Ho-Ho is better than Locha, you can still use Locha and there's no real problem. In the situations where Locha is better than Ho-Ho, using Ho-Ho will fucking cause big issues for your teams. And that's why I end up putting him ahead. Because you don't want to have to choose your supports based on your healer. It's better to do the other way around. If you're only going to have one of the two, I think it's a lot more valuable for any account to have Locha over Ho-Ho. Unless you are specifically only playing carries and supports that are not that skill point reliant. She's also still very good. Anyways. Anyways, life. True. Sorry, well time? Not yet, not yet. Soon, though. Because at the end of the day, it's yeah, Genshin, yeah. Genshin, the state of Genshin content. Oh, there's no new leakers. Seeing as how Gaming will be a Shenyan, are you pre-farming for them at all? I will let you come to your own conclusions based on this. Man. You need 63 blue books and 9 green books, right? Thought she used gold. She does, but he doesn't. I also have gold. Okay, so I need to keep how many? Hey, thank you for the raid, Rycon. I wanted to ask, what is Gumming's best team? I want to go for him, but unsure if I have the units. There's a few teams where he can work. I think he's a lot better at high constellation. So if you're going for him at high con, you probably do have at least one set of units to make him work. At low con, I think that if you don't have C6 Bennett and Farina, it's a bit rough. But if you do, he's pretty good. If you don't have C6 Bennett, but you do have Farina, it's okay. If you don't have either, it's starting to get, like, very... That being said, at the end of the day, he will still be very playable in Mono Pyro if you have Shangling, right? Like, he's not... Even if you don't have a team where he's very synergistic, he has enough damage in his kit that he can be decent in Mono Pyro. So if you just really, really like him, which, like, I understand, because I really like him, because I think his kit looks really fucking cool, and I think his animations are really cool, you can just play him in Mono Pyro and it'll be fine. right? Anyways, how many do you need again? You need 63, which is 21 left, so I can do 26. And then another one. Yeah. So I have 35 of these, which is far from enough. But hey, at least it's fine. It's enough for like level 8 on everything, I think. Yeah, it's enough for 888.
Can we play banker next time?
Time itself is a silence.
Exactly. But none of them believed me.
I think I want to get enough for 996. I think I have enough for 896. Basically, yeah, but ugh. Aren't you going for Triple Crown? Yeah, eventually, but it's gonna take a fucking while. Should I pick Gumming or C4 Xiangling in the upcoming Lantern Rite event? I think it depends on what you have, but if you don't have C4 Xiangling, I'm guessing you're relatively new. You probably don't have C6 Bennett either. If you have C6 Bennett, I think it's a lot more close. If you don't, I think I would almost always go for Xiangling. That being said, though, again, that's just like what could be optimal. That doesn't mean you have to do it. So like, yeah.
Can we play banker next time?
Also, chat, I've been thinking, and I feel like playing Star Rail has given me a bit more. It's reminded me of what it's like to be a new player in a game, and I think I'm gonna try a bit harder to get banner reviews out earlier. Cause I feel like it's a bit more it's more useful than I like gave it credit for, I think. Right, like in my mind I was like, it doesn't feel that useful because I've already answered these questions before, but new players don't know that, right? So like, in terms of like how good this would be as a like beginning banner, I think it's all right, but it's not great unless you're gonna play enough to guarantee a 5-star, right? Because both Chevreuse and Sarah are going to be effectively useless for new players unless you actually get Raiden, right? Which means if you are relatively new and you don't have the wishes to go all the way to pity twice, this is not a good banner to start on. Because you're going to be wasting so many wishes on 4-stars that aren't going to do anything for you unless you get lucky. Bennett, though, Bennett is purchasable in the shop, and he doesn't need constellations to work, so I don't think it's nearly as good. Certainly without Sing. So you should definitely, if you don't have Sing, so you should definitely keep enough Star Glitter to buy him. And if you don't have the Star Glitter, you're gonna want to get Singtail from Lantern Rite rather than either of them. Yeah, if you have C6 Bennett and are potentially willing to activate it, there's a lot more of an argument for gumming. Though I will say, if you don't end up going for Xianyun, it isn't necessarily as good. Like, if you don't have Kazuha or Xianyun, then Gumming's teams start being a lot worse. You can probably make it work with Sucrose. If you have C6 Bennett, it'll be fine. It'll be alright, probably. How much you need to invest on Xianyun talents? You don't. You're generally never really gonna do... You're generally never really gonna do the fully charged E. Also, I don't know if this is updated. I don't think so. Yeah, it's not updated. It's not updated to the latest, which actually reminds me, I need to record something for the latest changes.
Or a bubble rising through water.
I'll do that after this. But yeah, you never really want to go to the highest damage of the three because it's too long to really be worth it. Which means that her actual damage output is very, very low. And then the burst, all that levels do is it increases the damage, which also is very low, and the healing, right? So effectively, skill levels don't fucking matter. Because your skill's not doing a lot of damage anyways, because you're not doing triple E in most situations. And burst levels only matter insofar as you need healing, right? So they matter a bit more with Farina. They don't matter nearly as much without Farina. Even with Farina, if you are running Prototype Amber, it matters a bit less. Because you get more healing from the weapon itself, and a bit less from your actual talents. Personally, I'm going to be going for 169. I'll probably go for 669 and do some plunge stuff eventually. In what situation does 3E matters? If the enemy has just a little bit of health left and you want to kill them with your E. That's basically the only situation where triple E is good. Or if you're using it for overworld. Because it's actually a very good overall traversal method. Anyways, most of her kit, most of what she provides to the team are making you jump higher, which doesn't change. You don't gain additional jump height by upgrading her talent levels. And the damage you gain on plunges, which also doesn't increase with talent levels. Which means that she's not very talent reliant. Which is nice. But yeah.
Transitory.
Alright, let's record very quickly the changes that she got. So, I'm gonna put a marker. Alright. Hello! This is Zajef from a few days after recording a pre-release. She got what seems to be her final changes in the beta. And her Ascension 4 passive got slightly buffed. It was increased from 180% of her attack to 200% of her attack. And her healing got slightly shifted, where the initial healing does a bit less damage. Or, sorry, the initial healing is a bit lower, and the healing over time is a bit higher. And finally, her triple E damage has been increased. I think overall, the triple E damage increase doesn't really matter because I still don't think it's worth in most of her teams to do the triple E, unless you just have time to waste in your rotation, which I don't think her teams tend to have. The healing changes don't matter too much. It'll mean that it takes a little bit longer to stack up fanfare if you're playing with Farina, but it's not a huge deal because the amount of damage that you gain from the Ascension 4 buff is a little bit more than what you lose from not getting that fanfare as early. So overall, slight buff. I don't think it's enough to realistically change much of my thoughts on any of her teams. At the end of the day, a lot of what she provides is the ability to do plunges, not just the damage she provides from those plunges. So about 10% buff to that damage she's providing is not a 10% buff to your damage in your plunges. It's closer to like 4 to 5%. Often a lot less, right? Especially when you're playing with Bennett. So overall, it is... Please, shut up. Overall, it's a nice little buff. It doesn't really change any of my thoughts on her overall, but yeah. Cool. Okay-ish business. Alright, that's that. Let me tell the editors I did this very quickly. Recorded slight addition to Xianyan video for changes in latest beta. Okay, I'll be right back. I am back. Hello. So, you think they're gonna milk all the reaction restriction for kits? That's not the reaction that are mainly used, aka everything would vape melt. Maybe. I mean, why would they stop there? Why wouldn't they make it for vape and melt? Today's event sucks, only one I can't seem to full clear 6K. Does it? What is it? Farina? When you receive healing, trigger a shockwave once every 2 seconds. Hmm. We can give it a shot. Fine. We can do it today. Sure. Well, these are not like the optimal artifacts, but whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'll leave her on 5.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion.
Oops. I forgot about that.
Things are about to get dicey.
Grow, grow, grow! I'll settle this.
Oh yeah.
This
This is kind of rough for Cookie, isn't it? Because she can't actually proc this shit, can she? At least not well. I should have gone Proto Amber on Nahida for sure.
Out of my way! This may turn away. Get with me! Grow, grow, grow! Witness the power.
I'm not getting any healing,
Game's up.
so I'm not proccing the whatever thing, whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called, man.
Purify! Dissipate!
There it is.
This may turn away. Gotcha. Minute to memory. Rain cutter, know my sword.
Things are about to get dicey. Busted.
The heightened verve.
Out of my way!
Yeah, I can see how it can be a bit difficult if you don't proc it, because you just don't get enough points, right?
Our bond is strong. Minute to memory.
Gotcha.
Only got 3.
Outlines right.
I'll probably end up with like 5k.
Game's up.
Or sorry, 4k on the first half.
This may turn away.
So I can see how someone who doesn't have like the greatest builds could struggle with this. If you have Proto Ember on a team like this, use it. Because it's gonna actually be a fucking huge deal.
Grow, grow, grow. Body in the rain cutter.
Yeah, 4k. A little bit over 4k.
Illusion shattered. Everyone okay? Buckle up. I see everything.
Let the mighty be humble.
Alright, like just from this, 17. Oh wait, no, it's not the same one. Oh, I guess I should have used this first side, but it's fine.
Settle down.
A minute to memory.
Yeah. These enemies are too squishy for it to really be that worthwhile to even swap out of Nebulad. Kind of cringe.
Bow your head.
Illusion shattered.
Be sanctified.
Oops. Yeah, definitely should have brought Dendro MC instead of Nahida for this, but it's fine.
The times beckon. Settle down.
Shine down.
Oops.
There is no escape.
Let the mighty be humble.
Oh, fuck off. Okay, that is just cringe, man. Like, you're just being cringe for fun. What the hell? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the freeze one was actually unplayable for me. Yeah, that's fair. The freeze one is, it's, yeah, it's a team of all time. Just play Melt. Is Joel Jeff illegal? I don't know. No, it's not. But yeah, like if you want to make this a lot easier, you can probably just whatever catalyst you're using. If you're using catalyst character, just give them a fucking proto amber, and it probably makes things a lot easier. Alright, I got 4K points the first time around. Let's see if we can get more than that.
Bond is strong. Not
Oops.
good. Witness the power. Temple of Wisdom. Know my sword. Rain outlines your. These are about to get.
So right now there's a bit of a problem, which is that my team is not actually low enough HP to proc the proto amber healing. So I'm not getting it. But yeah, now it's stacking up a lot easier now, right? You can see that number out of 30 going up a lot faster. We only procced it once on the last one.
Temple of Wisdom. Know my sword.
Here,
Strong. These are about to get dicey. Busted. Grow. Lightning shock. Yeah, let's play pretty little.
that's not really what I wanted to do, but okay.
Rain out. Dissipate.
Let's see if we can proc it a second time.
Silver. Quiet. I'll settle this. Take yourself to home. Ring cutter.
I actually don't know if we will.
Know my sword. Stand with me. Here comes the challenge.
'Cause we're not taking enough damage. I guess you could just use the Farina, right? Yeah, if you use the Farina, it's gonna make it a lot easier.
Lightning shock. Yeah. The Temple of Wisdom. Witness the power of Gua. Rain outlaw dissipate. These are about to get dicey. Busted. Grow.
We didn't even get a lot more points, only like 200. If we just replace this for this, though.
Strike a pop. Our bond is strong. Let the world fly. Sharing my knowledge.
I already procced it.
Grow, grow, grow.
Pretty much fucking instantly.
Oh. Rain cutter. Get with me. Time to shine. This may turn a little. Terrified. Make yourselves a room. Let my name echo inside. Let me weave you a verse.
Alright, we reproc it already. Before we even kill the last wave of the bonus, we already reprocced it. Yeah, we're gonna get a lot more points here.
No, my sword. Let the world collide. This may turn a little. Sharing my knowledge. I'll settle this. Ring cutter.
To my hammer.
A minute. Yoo-hoo! Time to shine. Make yourselves a home. This may turn a little. Rain outlines your grow. Witness the power of lightning. A minute. Showering you with praise. Let my name echo. Yeah.
Oh my god, they're being cringe.
Grow. Sharing my knowledge. No, my sword. Let me weave you a verse. Out of my way. A minute to memory. How dare you?
But yeah, so we got... Yeah. Almost 2,000 more points. Just from using Proto Ember plus the Farina. Right? I guess if you're struggling with this, you can just try to do that. Do remember though, right? If you're a newer player and you don't have the investment to do this yet, this is like 6.7 resins worth of stuff. And you can probably get 3,000 with solo Farina.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
Okay, maybe you can't. Yeah, maybe that's not true, actually. That being said, I do think there is a very real possibility
Peace
need to consume my HP real quick.
Settle down. Let the mighty be humble.
And heal up a little.
Want a taste of my hammer?
Let my name echo in song. Ah.
Huh?
Let the world collide. Make yourselves a move. Stop that. Ah. Time to shine. Shower me with praise. Let the world collide. Share my knowledge.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Time to shine.
Yeah, so you can't quite get 3k just from using Farina plus Prototype Amber. Probably could get 3k if it was an actual build Farina instead of the trial Farina. But like my point is, you can get most of the rewards that are actually relevant with nothing. Like with actually nothing. Just a Prototype Amber and the trial Farina the trial character is enough. Right, like this is not hard. Anyways. Okay, business. Like, unironically, I'm pretty sure. If you just run a non-synergistic healer with Farina, you can probably get 3k. Alright, I'll just do Baiju. And then 2 random characters. Just so I can actually heal. And then here I'll just do like Kuki. That's not ideal. Actually, yeah, it's fine. And it doesn't matter how much you heal, you just have to heal, right? Oops.
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the better.
Strike a pose.
Mika a second, I don't have him.
A bitter pill to swallow. Remember, help comes.
How dare you! Stop that!
Mind the side effects. Taking a turn for the better.
Let the world collide!
A bitter pill to swallow.
I should probably stay on him so I can use my E whenever it's off cooldown.
Seems like an emergency.
The doctor was seeing.
Yeah, you can see, right? My blooms are exploding for 4k, right? We're not getting a lot of damage from the blooms. 7k there.
A bitter pill to swallow. Remember, health comes first.
Shower me with
Alright, we're not gonna kill this one. It is what it is, though.
Mind the side effects.
Ah, so close. I should have waited for that. That's fine.
time to shine.
Alright, here you just need to trigger reactions, so ideally you just bring any other electric. Like, you could bring Barbara and it would help a lot. But in the meantime,
Let the world collide. Get with me. Stop that! Shower me with
I'll try to heal her a little bit.
lightning, echoing song.
Hmm.
This way. Strike a pose. Let the world collide. Get with me.
But yeah, so we're basically already at 3k. Literally just from any healer plus Farina. And the last rewards at 6k are incredibly insignificant, right? Electro Charge kind of doing a lot of damage. I mean, I guess, kinda, but like,
Strike a pose.
like you know, this could have been done without EM on Cookie. Like you get the point, right? Like most of the damage is coming from the effect that when you get healing, it deals a shockwave, right? And I'm literally standing around. You could basically just be doing anything. Doesn't this only work for the trial Farina? I mean, sure, but people were saying that they were struggling with this one. This is the Chevreuse trial? Yeah. This one, you can't just cheese like this, but... Anyways. This battle event seems fun. I think it would be fun if it wasn't too easy. But it's too easy. So it's not very fun. Event survey. Let's take a look. Chat, I'm gonna dox myself. Okay. Roses and muskets. I have heard of this event. I have participated in the event. PC. How satisfied are you with the Roses and Muskets event? I think neutral. Overall. We should focus on an interesting character rather than Chevreuse. But the story was okay, right? There are a few things that were kind of brumogus, but there always is. And I wouldn't say it was one of the worst story quests for sure. I think what brought the event down was unironically how bad the minigames were, rather than the story of the event. The fucking cinema event was just, oh god, it was so fucking bad. It was so bad. Okay. Information is clearly presented on the interface. I think that I disagree with that. I don't think it was very clear. However, I did like it anyways. I thought that aesthetically it looked nice. And interface operations were smooth. Chat. The duality of man. At least Yoimiya was in it. Yoimiya ruined the event. I think one of the few things that actually saves the story the story from that event is that you actually are presented with both the option to agree with Chivlers and the option to disagree with her, right? And it doesn't really matter, but I think it's the first time where it felt like they did the self-insert for the Traveler well. Right? What the Traveler thought about her is what you thought about her. Which is good, if they want to do the self-insert. Right? Because at the end of the day, it is morally somewhat ambiguous. Like, that situation is morally somewhat ambiguous. And for one of the very first times, I feel like they acknowledge that. I didn't like the choice because Traveler would choose one option. I think it's kind of late to change them to be a self-insert. But, like, that's the thing, right? They've been trying to have it both ways for a really long time. Because Traveler has basically no voice lines because they want you to feel like it's a self-insert. Traveler has basically no personality because they want you to feel like it's a self-insert. I think that when they go against that and make the Traveler make decisions that you don't have control over, that are stupid decisions that you disagree with, it's cringe because, like, if you're gonna do that, then fucking voice them. Give them a real personality. And I don't think it works when they do that. But I do think it works when they actually let you choose things. Anyways. I feel like very often it feels like the decision they're making is taking away from the Traveler's character. I think that in this event, they actually did it in a way that wasn't bad for the very first fucking time. But yeah. Anyways, how satisfied are you with the atmosphere? The fuck does that even mean? The atmosphere. I don't understand the question. It's an event in a video game. There's no atmosphere. The vibe? It's a fucking event where you... How satisfied are you with the plot content of the Roses and Muskets? Somewhat satisfied. I think it's better than average, but it still has its fair share of issues. How satisfied are you with the rewards? I don't care. How satisfied are you with the time required to earn the rewards? I don't care. Following questions are related to the 1000 pace interdiction arc minute sharpshooting zone sub-event. Use a simulation to use a musket. How satisfied are you with it? Very unsatisfied. What are the reasons for your dissatisfactions? Experience of each stage is repetitive. Interactive mechanisms within the stages are not varied enough. I could do it with my eyes closed and that's very boring. How interesting did you find the target shooting gameplay? I mean, it was boring because it was too easy. Trick shots, tricky light, sub-event. Use the studio's special lighting to defeat opponents. How satisfied are you? Honestly, very unsatisfied. It was just really bad. But if I say that, they're gonna think I don't want combat events. I'll do somewhat unsatisfied. Okay, using special lighting effects was barely noticeable. There is not much difference between the stages. Combat gameplay lacked a sense of novelty. Yes? Wait, Keck, wait. Chat, this is the first time this has been here, right? I feel like it is. I feel like this is the first time that this has been one of the options. This is a really good sign. Do this fucking survey and click on this, okay? Right now. A lot of events had that option. Really? I've never seen it before. I don't know how to use the trial character. What does that even mean? I mean, I guess that's fine, right? Like, I guess it makes sense. People who are actually new to the game or don't follow content and like didn't get Navia. I don't know. Like, I feel like you'd do the trial if you really didn't know, right? Like, you do the test run. But I guess there were other trial characters other than her, right? I don't know. Maybe they should have like a PowerPoint, like, you know how they often have PowerPoints before a thing? Maybe they should have a PowerPoint just to say what the character does. How interesting did you find the combat gameplay in trick shots, tricky light? Somewhat boring. Neutral. Neutral. I don't want them to think I don't like combat. The following questions are related to... Oh, God. It was kind of whatever. The experience of each stage is... Why are they saying that? Like, this is literally just copy pasted because there are not stages in this event. There were no stages. What do you mean it's the same? It's only one stage. What do you mean stages? God, there is too much downtime between games if you want to play multiple times in a row. I don't understand how this was not a possible option. It literally took longer to get a new game, not because of matchmaking, but because of 83 fucking loading screens, than it did to actually do a round. It would have been so much better if you could just knock out fucking 3 games in a row and be done with it. Well, more than 3, but still. Like 5 games in a row and be done with it. Whatever. How interesting did you find competing for Civilization Mecha Balls gameplay? Pretty boring. I mean, it was fine. But, meh. I want multiplayer events like the 1.2 event. I want multiplayer events like the 1.0 event. But now that they've fixed their co-op to some extent. Like, if the 1.0 event wasn't a laggy fucking mess, it would have been nice. And if it also didn't require resin to claim rewards, right? Like, it actually would have been nice. What was the 1.0 event? 1.0 Genshin combat event. Let me see if I can... find it. Well, what was it called? Unreconciled Stars? It was before that. Elemental Crucible, thank you. Elemental Crucible Genshin.
What's up?
Right? You had to fight mobs. Fighting mobs would give you some things that you could pick up. Yeah, and pick up these things that spawned all over the arena. And once you pick them up, right? I think you... Yeah. Once you pick them up, you bring them back to the middle to, like, get this thing up. And you had to do it as fast as possible. And I think you got more things if you killed mobs or something. Yeah, you have been inoculated by cryo. So I think that's what you got from killing enemies. You have been inoculated by cryo, increasing your efficiency at transporting cloths of the corresponding element. They just said corresponding. They forgot the word element, but that's fine. And then you would go and pick them up. And then you bring them back and... Yeah. And you get a bunch more of the thing. Right? And like you can see how laggy it is, right? You can see how long it takes for it to register that it was picked up. Which is why people didn't like the event. It was omega fucking laggy. But the actual gameplay was fairly decent. But it was such a fucking laggy mess that and it was, you had to pay resin to claim rewards, that it made it so that no one fucking actually liked the event. But it was actually such a good event. Like, I wish they would do shit like that again. Yeah, back in 1.0, you had to fucking pay resin to claim event rewards. How satisfied are you with the Into the Flame sub-event? Wait, which one is Into the Flame? That's the cinema. Oh my, very unsatisfied. The scripted stories of the films are boring. One of the stories was Lynette goes to swim. She gets a little bit lost. She realizes she can just swim up, and then she won't be lost anymore. Another one, Yoimiya wants to sell fireworks. The merchant buys her fireworks. The cinema. Navia and Paimon are outside. It is hot. Navia uses her umbrella to shield Paimon from the sun. Peak cinema. The film editing process is boring. The experience of each stage is repetitive. How boring, incredible. I wish there was an option for, like, mind-numbingly boring. The story was easy to remember. You even memorized it. It's easy to remember the number 1. That doesn't make the number 1 a particularly interesting thing to talk about. How satisfied are you with the Lost Riches event? I don't know. Like, I don't mind the event. It's also kind of boring. And I wish that instead of rerunning it, they'd start fucking making new events. So I don't want to actually be positive on this. It's a fine filler event. But they need to stop doing fucking filler events, dude. Like, give it... whatever. Whatever. Somewhat satisfied. Okay, cool. Do you have any other comments or thoughts you want to share with us about the version 4.3 events? Multiplayer is only fun for combat. SMH, nah. I mean, I know a lot of people like multiplayer and non-combat stuff, but... never give us the film event again. I will eat a shoe. Is that a promise? Fuck no, it's a lie. You got a problem with that? It's an empty threat. What kind of shoe? A Croc. Because there's a lot of air in a Croc. So it's less shoe to eat. I actually wonder, if you had to eat a shoe, what shoe should you eat? Maybe just like a leather shoe. Hmm. Tier list. Oh god. Old school real leather, yeah. That's probably what the best thing would be. Try, did you hear that cabbage in French is chou? I could eat a chou. Easy clap. Easy clap. Dumb language. True. English is a dumb language. Imagine naming your fucking shoes. Like, imagine naming something you put on your feet after food. That's just weird, man. Hmm. Wait, chat. Hmm. Wait. Oh, wait. LEC started today, didn't it? Yo. Huge. Wait, what? What the fuck is Giantix? Who the fuck is Giant X? K-Corp01 skill issue. Excel? Oh, I see. BDS. Loss. Okay, G21. Okay. Wait, actually, I need to take a look at these teams. I didn't follow the off seasons very much. Let's look at LEC. Okay. SK. Oh, it's the Niski team. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Interesting lineup. Excel. Okay. Fnatic. Interesting. Okay, okay. That's very okay. And G2, I mean, it's just the same team, right? Yeah. Okay. What is Mad Lions? Who is Supa? Is he good? Oh yeah, is Merwin playing? Or is it Chasey? Chasey? Badge! I want to see Merwin! Bro, okay, bro, okay, wait. Merwin Lolpedia. He is a top laner. Okay? Blood plays Ari, Fiddlesticks, Vayne, Zeri, Varus. Like, I want to see more of that shit, man. Holy fuck. Okay? Please bench Chasey. I beg. I fucking beg. I want to see the fiddle top. Anyways. There are no bad champs in my pool, Kaiba. True. No, I am very excited. I really hope he plays some games this season. Okay, Heretics. Heretics is Yankos. Wonder. Oh, interesting. Wait, perks? Wait, perks? Oh. Okay. 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 That's a top side of all time. Holy. Interesting. Rogue. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to think about this. BDS. Rip Crowny. Okay, K-Corp is interesting. And I would've... how bad was it? How bad was their performance? They lost. How bad did they lose? Did they lose bad or did they lose good? Very close game? Okay. Okay, that's good. Did you hear about their fans booing Faker? Yeah, but like... Here's the thing, right? K-Corp is fucking huge. Alright? Like, they're probably the biggest esports org in League after T1. They are fucking huge. Which means that inherently, there's just gonna be a lot more... I never heard of them, because they weren't in LEC before. They were a tier 2 team. But basically every French person is a K-Corp fan. every French person who's any amount of online, not even terminally, is a K-Corp fan. And so... Yeah, French person. And so there's just inherently gonna be a lot of bad apples, like apples. Get it? Okay, no, but I mean, there's fan bases this large will inherently have louder minorities of toxic people, right? But yeah, anyways. Yeah, stop speaking French, okay? It's not just that I want to keep my chat understandable to every English speaker. It's also, specifically, I don't want you to speak French. Stop being French. True. Don't d'accord me. Get the fuck out of here. Or as they say around here, decalist sit. True. Okay. And then Vitality is... I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I like this roster. VTO was inting, rip. Okay. Anyways. I think we're gonna move on to Star Rail. Every damn time. I'm sorry. I am very sorry. I can't help it. I cannot help it. I swear, man. I really don't want to be like this. +5. Dispatch assignments. Get your +10. I will do that later, but yes, thank you. Actually, I can probably also, if I F1, go to Pure Fiction, and then head west, I might be able to get a +5.
Are there other matters?
This one I'm a lot more likely to forget, so I want to try to go for it now. Why is your name Silas with Stella?
Here to determine your...
Oh, no +5. Sanj. Okay, where do we spend our power today? Wait, what? Leveling QQ? No, definitely not. Did you do weeklies? I did not. I think I did 1. Yeah, I did 1 out of 3. Do I even want to do these though? What the fuck is this for? Is this what you need for Rachel? Yes? Okay, I'll do it then. Oh, it's this thing, I see. Maybe it's better if I wait until 65, but 65 takes a fucking while, right? Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna reach 65 before he comes out.
That broken sword. You don't want to let go of the past, do you, Blade?
No, that's too much speed. My bad. I did not mean to give her this much speed. I can give her a little bit more than this, though. I feel like the volume's low. Should I turn it up a little bit? I will see once we get in fight.
Soon to be departed.
Yeah.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Stand down. Blade of moonlight.
I will dispatch you.
I just realized this doesn't work. We're gonna have to do this.
Nowhere to run.
This is really bad. Pretty sure my Bronia's dead here.
I see through you. Converge and awaken.
Maybe not.
Human creations.
Yeah, Bronia doesn't really work for this, does she? It's fine, we're using normal attack bulb.
Yin and yang. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Wait. Oh, that's cringe.
will be revealed in lunar flame.
Fail to send you.
Together as one.
I can probably do this now.
Fight is set.
This battle is unavoidable.
Ready for death.
Yin and yang. A quick divination. Lend me your strength.
That one HP. Oh, Brun is dying for sure. That's just a thing I have to accept.
All things must human creation.
And I just have to be okay with it.
A blade knows no mercy. Let paradise savor it for me.
That's okay though. I got enough done with her. We got 10 vulnerability. Huge.
Blade of moonlight. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Honestly. Why is she so low? Whatever, I'll use Natasha.
Soon to be departed.
Also, this is like the worst order I could have, but it's fine. It's fine, it's fine.
Your end approaches.
Blade of moonlight.
He's not gonna hit bald, right? Huge.
Yin and yang. I see through you.
Fail to send you. Let paradise savor it for me.
Naughty child. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Now. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Unnecessary. I will dispatch you.
Really?
All things
Wait, maybe this
must
kills.
human
Clueless.
creation.
Surely this kills, right? It does not kill. Raj.
Fail to send you.
No!
Time for a shot.
I should use the skill point there after war.
A quick
It's fine.
divination. Converge and awaken.
Okay, so Fushuan is dead, but that's okay.
Naughty child.
I guess I can use it now.
That's better.
All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Fail to send savor it for me.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Nowhere to run. All will be revealed in lunar flame.
Okay. Let's see what we get here. Huge! I lied. Yeah, that's pretty dog shit. That could be alright. Would you get Jing Liu? Yes, but it's not as high priority as getting some of the supports I want. Let me just go heal. 7 TV emotes.
Are there other matters?
I'm not adding EDM. Frick you. Let me actually fucking heal Link so I can select her, man. Thank you. Alright. Wow. Huge. Huge. Okay, what do I use the rest of my stuff on? I guess I'm still just going for bold traces, right? I want to get a fully built bald, so it's just destruction traces for the next like month. Jesus. Yeah, alright. Oh.
Shame. I can't give you the burial that you seek.
Shame. Ha ha ha.
Enemy targets detected.
I'll see you off. Nothing major.
Okay, by the way, I don't understand how some of you guys say that, like, you don't lose a character. Like, you don't go to 3 characters when you use support. It happens every single fucking time, I swear, man. Like, ugh, whatever.
Shame. I can't give you the burial.
Ready for another?
It doesn't. You literally saw it happen in real time!
The fight is set.
You'll pay for it. Lend me your strength.
A blade knows no mercy.
Because you swap characters around after selecting the support. Yeah! Of course I do!
I will dispatch you.
Receive divinity.
Unnecessary.
This battle is lend me your strength.
That paradise, savor it for me.
Eternal.
Can I kill him with this? I don't want to use my thing. Oh, fuck off. Whatever.
Enemy data net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack. Ready for another?
Let's settle this. Your end approaches.
There's always a weak. Lend me your strength. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
That paradise may be
I order
unreached.
lulled that, but
Savor
it's
it
fine.
for me.
No, we didn't crit.
Enemy targets detected.
You chose the wrong enemy.
A blade
No,
knows no
don't do
mercy.
that. That's fine.
There's always a weak. Lend me your strength. Thanks for the support.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
Ready
That's
for another?
kind of fog. If you do this, does it activate it?
Divinity.
It does,
Thanks for the
right?
support.
Repent.
Yeah, it does. Okay.
The fight is set.
Lend me your strength.
I will dispatch you. That paradise. Savor it for me.
We need a Lolcha emote? No, you need to shut up. Sorry. That was mean. That was really mean. That was unnecessarily mean.
Time for a good old counterattack.
I'm actually so sorry. I don't know where that came from. Unironically, I have no clue where that came from. I am so sorry.
Lend me your strength.
I will dispatch you.
But it was kind of funny, no?
Savor it for me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Where's my crit?
Another?
Let's settle this.
Your end approaches. Bloom. Unnecessary.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Fail to set you.
Enemy data secure net markers activated. Time for a good old counterattack.
Eternal state.
Dead return!
We have the upper hand.
Let's settle this.
Let's see how this is. This should be really good, right?
This battle is lend me your strength.
Huge damage. Huge damage. Huge damage.
That paradise may be unsavor it for me.